Chair, we are ready to proceed as we indicated on Wednesday, but I think Mr. Valley would like to address you briefly to begin. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Valley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. When last we appeared before the Commission, there was an understanding that we would meet with Ms. Hesson to determine today's proceedings should continue. We can confirm that had occurred. We can confirm is that a copy of a redacted J88 had been provided to Ms. Hesson, and as of this morning, an unredacted copy, together with a detailed medical report that we received late last night from the attending doctor. Ms. Hesson can confirm that she's received it, and the only thing that we can say, note that our advocate, Mr. Khan, is not with us today, and that is only because we have not received instructions because of our client's condition. The important bit that we now need to draw to the committee is we are here out of courtesy and out of respect for the process, and also to have the ability that once our client is of a position to communicate with us again, that we are able to report on the proceedings that occurred in his absence. Having regard to the content of the J88 and the medical report, I would be not that I'm tempted to bring an application to postpone, but I can't because I don't have instructions to either bring it or not bring it. So that is the dilemma and the difficulty we find ourselves in. So we are here just to be present and to record. Those are my submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valley, and also thanks for the act of courtesy, as you call it. Thanks for that. Yes,
thank you, Chair. Chair, to begin with, I can confirm that I did receive the J8, redacted J88, as well as the med report. I haven't yet studied it closely. I received it this morning. It will be made available to the commissioners during the adjournment. So, Chair, I think we should just begin and proceed with the plan on presentation of the evidence. Evidence leaders of review may be presented in open session. As I indicated, Chair, on Wednesday, I proposed to place before the Commission certain aspects of the evidence concerning General Khan, on which I would have questioned him had he been present. The evidence includes material that's already been included in the Commission's answering affidavit in the urgent application that was by General Khan last month. So it's material that's already been publicly disclosed. But some aspects of evidence that traverse are not included material that's in the answering affidavit, but is relevant to the terms of reference, of course, but also related to the topic that we covered in the answering affidavit and the question that we posed to General Khan in Regulation 10.6 notice. So in broad outline, what I propose to cover are a series of tenders and tender activity, which will emerge from our analysis of the chats. The chats are not confined to chat Mr. Mo Sayed, extends to a series of conversations between General Khan and a Mr. Ismail Ali. I will then deal with the topic of abuse of authority, and under the overall heading of abuse of authority, there are a number of sub-pieces of evidence that we will cover, and I won't go into detail now we'll get there when we get there. There's the issue of what we've called the Shazi trip. As the Commission is aware, we already heard evidence from this witness, and the Commission has some information regarding the trip to London, a weekend to London, which also emerges from conversations with General Khan. And finally, the topic of the financial disclosures. We have had some engagement with General Khan's representatives of the finances. What we propose to do is cover the aspects that I think we can cover, open hearing, and that is not subject of dispute when it comes to financial disclosures at this stage. So that's the broad outline of the topics that we're going to these are not all the topics, however, to be covered that related to General Khan. There are aspects of the evidence that we've seen that evidence leaders will seek to lead in camera. And the reason for this is, at least three reasons for this. First is, some of the evidence concerns ongoing criminal investigation, and it will require us to traverse SAPS topics we cannot disclose publicly. It will jeopardize investigations, it will jeopardize individuals. Some aspects of the evidence contain sensitive material that also can't be led publicly in any sensible manner. For example, evidence that contains a series of voice notes where we aren't able to track it. But it's important for the commissioners to have access to evidence. The third is that there is evidence that we don't know for a fact, that it may pose a risk to the safety of individuals. And it's not in the interest of, it's in anyone's interest, and it's in evidence leaders' intention to be reckless in relation to this report of evidence we have. And so where we are of the view that there may be a risk of threats to safety of particular individuals, we will seek to lead evidence in camera. Of course, finally, in his application, General Khan himself stated that unrestricted disclosure of the evidence will pose risks. Substantial is what he said to lives. We must do that out of hand, of course. We must take it seriously. So to that end, Chair, there will be an application filed in the course of today for that of evidence on camera. So that's just to set out where we plan to go as a whole with evidence relating to Major General Khan. I must also say, as before I begin the presentation, is that there may be an explanation for the evidence about it. General Khan has indicated, again in his in-camera application and in response to the Commission, well, he didn't find an answer, replying after our answer, has indicated that evidence delayed crime agents' operations. That means, of course, evidence does concern crime operation. One would expect it to have been formally registered as such and conducted in accordance with the applicable protocols and prescripts. But all I'm saying for the moment, Chair, is that there may be an explanation, and we look to the answers and explanation from Major General Khan when he's able to provide that. So, Chair, then let me begin with the first topic, which is standard. And again, I must preface this introduction of this evidence. It's that it is not a Not too far.
Mr. Sim, we have this loose document in front of us. Be introduced at a later stage.
I will be introducing shortly.
All right.
It is relevant to the first topic of the tender that I'm going to be dealing with. So I'll introduce it in about 2 minutes.
All right.
What I was going to do is to first this topic on the
All right.
tenders with the following statement and the following submission.
All right.
That the purpose of this is
Before you go ahead, another issue. I'm sorry. General Commission here, he would have told us who he is, what position he holds, and perhaps for purposes of the record, you could give us high-level information in that regard. Just
can I provide that in the, I don't have it in front of me right now.
after the tea break.
During the journey, I'll pull out the relevant
All right,
information
all right.
from the files. It's contained somewhere in
Yes. Yeah.
I don't in front of
No.
Commissioner, but
After the tea break, then that's in order.
And I don't mean to interrupt Ms. Hessam, but I'd rather do so now before I interrupt the midst.
Yes.
I just want to note that it is Friday, and we usually go for our Friday prayer, we call Jumu'ah. We may be excused at about 12:30. I know the lunch hour comes at 1 hour, and we're back at 2. If that might be in order, perhaps if proceedings could be stayed with an earlier lunch or an extended lunch, we would be indebted to you, Chair, and to the Commission.
Just repeat the part about stay.
If lunch could commence at about 12:30, that would accommodate our religious sensibilities to permit us to go and pray, and we would be then back to. What we ask for is that there be an additional half an hour to work into the lunch hour intended today.
No, that's in order. We'll perhaps in the afternoon just that 30 minutes.
We are indebted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
while we're trying to find the information that was requested, I'm going to just begin with the first topic.
Can I do this because I have his founding affidavit?
You have it in front of you. That's what I've asked to be provided to me, but I don't.
So I will only read that Major General is an adult male, head of operational intelligence or crime intelligence at the South African Police Services, and he holds the rank of Major General since September 2017. We'll pause there.
And I will just correct the Major General and say it's a service singular. It's a South African Police Service. It's never services with subs. Thank you. It may appear unimportant, but it's actually very important.
Noted. Thank you for that, Commissioner Khumalo. So, yeah, the first topic is the question of the tenders, and I would like to clarify that what the purpose of us going here is. It's not a roving inquiry into ordinary procurement irregularities or garden variety fraud. A CPS officer, a crime intelligence officer, senior member of the service, was a conduit for private, commercial, or criminal interests, and whether they were able to gain access or influence or corrupt or compromise law enforcement charges. As such, it falls squarely within the terms of reference of the Commission. So that's the approach and the framing I'd like the Commissioners to bear in mind as we enter the discussion on the tenders. The first set of tenders relate to a gentleman by the name of Mr. Mo Sayed, and director of a company called Links. And Chair, I'm going to read the submission that they have provided to us. They provided it last night, and I think it's important in all fairness to read it into the record. And I'd like you, please, to have a look at page 129 of the answering affidavit before I do so.
Was the file marked on the spine?
Urgent application, answering papers, file 1 of 2.
Said which I've forgotten now.
Page 129.
Thank you.
And the heading is Carney Links and Illegal Tobacco Trading.
We've all got it now.
Thank you, Chair. This is relevant because when I wrote Commission C, it's partly a response to what the Commission placed in its answering papers. And in that section on page 129, in paragraph 14, we say that consistent allegations that Links is engaged in illegal tobacco trading.
Ms. Hassan, maybe for the record, you should say who deposed to that affidavit. If it was protected information.
Who deposed to the answering affidavit? Would have it, my copy doesn't have the signature on it. This is in fact, if I'm correct, would be our investigator, Mr. who deposed this. And this was based on his investigations, and there are annexes that support the contents of the paragraphs. But this paragraph, where it says for over a decade there have been consistent allegations of illegal tobacco trading, points us to several pieces of documentation. The first, in 14.1, several media reports, and I'm not going to go there. It shows that the allegations had been widely published and in some detail. In 14.2, there are 2 further documents that I attached. One is a media statement by the South African Tobacco Transformation Alliance. The other is an Ipsos study. Now, this is not my basis which make this allegation. I'll explain why. But I'm going to go to the Carney Link submission because it's the submission. And let me go right there. Chair,
They were invited to make this submission.
they were not invited to make the submission. It's a voluntary submission, and it'll be apparent when I read this, the context in which they do make it. And as I said, Chair, given that I am going to go in some detail in the chat, it's important that their version is placed on record before I do so. This. Sorry, Chair. Okay, let me begin. So, Chair, the submission is signed by Mr. Adriano Matotti and it was provided to the Commission yesterday evening. If I start at paragraph 1, these submissions are made voluntarily by Carney Links Pty Limited. Carney Links. Carney Links has not been issued with a notice by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System Commission, nor has it been requested or directed to provide evidence or submissions. The company nevertheless considers it appropriate in the interest of fairness to assist the Commission in the proper discharge of its mandate with relevant facts before it. Carney Links has become aware that allegations concerning the company appear in the affidavit deposed to by the Commission's investigator, as well as the Rule 3 notice issued to one of its directors, Mohammed Sayed, in his personal capacity. Although the 3 notice is directed exclusively to Sayed, and not to Comics, the company is concerned that allegations affecting its business, reputation, and commercial standing may ultimately be considered without the benefit of Carney Links' own explanation, the broader factual and regulatory context within which those allegations arise. Carney Links accordingly tenders these submissions voluntarily. It does so not to challenge the Commission's mandate, nor to relitigate historical regulatory matters with the South African Service, to assist the Commission by placing before it a balanced account of the company's history, regulatory engagement, and present position. Carney Links supports the Commission's constitutional mandate to investigate criminality, corruption, and interference within the criminal justice system. It has no interest in shielding unlawful conduct by any person or entity and welcomes any lawful process that advances accountability and transparency in the rule of law. At the same time, Carney respectfully submits that findings affecting the reputation of any corporate entity should be based upon credible, independent, verified evidence, should distinguish carefully between historical defaults, historical conduct voluntarily disclosed in 2016 of the Tax Administration Act, unresolved tax disputes being determined by statutory mechanisms, allegations made by competitors or industry participants, media reports, public commentary, industry-sponsored reports, and evidence capable of establishing present-day unlawful conduct. It is against that background that Carney Links respectfully places the following facts before the Commission. Carney Links is a South African cigarette manufacturer duly incorporated in accordance with the laws of the Republic. Carney Links was established in May 2011 and has for approximately 15 years operated within one of the most comprehensively related industries in South Africa. That period, it has grown into an established South African manufacturer, operator licenses issued by the South African Revenue Service, investing substantially in local manufacturing capacity and contributing meaningfully to the South African economy. Carney Links is the holder of a valid cigarette manufacturing license issued by SARS in terms of the Custom and Excise Act, which is attached, marked A for your reference. The company operates under the license and remains subject to continuous regulatory oversight by SARS. The manufacture of tobacco products is governed by an extensive legislative and regulatory framework, including licensing requirements, excise controls, customs supervision, record-keeping obligations, inspections, audits, and empowerment by SARS. Carney Links conducts its business within that statutory work. Carney Links is a South African taxpayer and has throughout its existence engaged with SARS as the regulator responsible for the administration of the customs and excise regime applicable to licensed tobacco manufacturers. In this regard, we annex here to Carney Links' tax compliance certificate marked B. Carney Links contributes to the South African economy through investment manufacturing infrastructure, payment of taxes, and the creation of sustainable employment opportunities. The company directly employs approximately 100 South Africans and supports many additional livelihoods throughout its value chain, including tobacco merchants, transport operators, logistics providers, warehousing businesses, packaging suppliers, distributors, and retailers. Over the course of its operations, Carney Links has invested substantially in manufacturing facilities, plant, equipment, and distribution infrastructure within South Africa. Carney Links is also a member of the Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association, an association representing independent tobacco manufacturers, and advocating for lawful competition, effective regulation, and meaningful measures to combat illicit trade. Like every legitimate participant in the regulated tobacco industry, Carney Links has a direct commercial interest in ensuring that illicit trade is effectively addressed. Illicit and compliant manufacturers deprives the fiscus of significant revenue and distorts lawful competition. Under the heading of historical regulatory matters, considerable reliance has been placed in the public domain and more recently in the affidavit deposed to by the Commission's investigator, a affidavit deposed to by Carney Links Director Adriano Mazzotti on 6 May 2014. Carney does not seek to distance itself from the existence of that affidavit or from the fact that it contains admissions concerning historical conduct. Carney Links respectfully submits, however, the affidavit cannot be properly understood unless it is considered within the statutory and factual context in which it was prepared. During 2014, Carney Links engaged with SARS in a comprehensive disclosure process concerning historical tax matters, with the objective of making full disclosure concerning historical tax compliance and seeking to realize the applicable tax legislation administered by SARS, including the Tax Administration Act, Customs and Excise Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Income Tax Act, and any legislation applicable matter under consideration. Adriano Mazzotti, in his capacity as Director of Carney Links, deposed to an affidavit. Carney Links and SARS subsequently adopted differing positions concerning aspects of that engagement and its arm. Carney does not consider it necessary or appropriate for this Commission to determine those issues that properly fall within the statutory framework of administration of tax legislation and the relationship between a taxpayer and the revenue authority. For present purposes, what is material is that the affidavit was prepared in the context of Carney Links' engagement with SARS concerning historical tax compliance and for the purposes of that disclosure process. The affidavit was intended to form part of a confidential agreement between Carney Links and SARS. At some stage thereafter, information purporting to originate from that affidavit entered the public domain without Carney Links' knowledge or authority. Carney Links is in possession of the versions presently relied upon or quoted by various media organizations and is accordingly unable to verify their authenticity, completeness, or accuracy. Nor have they relied upon in media reports versions circulating publicly been published in full. Carney Links is therefore unable to determine whether the quotations attributed to the affidavit accurately reflect the original document, whether they have been reproduced completely or whether they have been presented off content. Carney Links further notes that the aspects of the media reporting concerning Carney Links, Mazzotti, and the historical tax affairs have previously been found by the press ombudsman to have been inaccurate. The Commission is therefore respectfully requested to approach media reports concerning these matters with appropriate caution and to place reliance upon primary evidence properly before it. Carney Links Court admits that any assessment of the affidavit should be undertaken only with reference to the original document, its statutory and factual context, and the evidence properly before the Commission, and not by reference to excerpts, summaries, and characterizations appearing in media reports or public commentary. The affidavit demonstrates that Carney Links engaged with SARS concerning historical tax matters does not, without more, establish Connie Links presently conducts its affairs unlawfully or forms part of any alleged criminal enterprise. The Commission is therefore respectfully requested to distinguish between historical regulatory engagement, ongoing tax administration processes, allegations of present-day analysis. Under the heading Connie Links' present regulatory position, following its engagement with SARS concerning historical tax matters, Connie Links continued to operate as a licensed manufacturer under the regulatory oversight of SARS. The company has remained subject to inspections, audits, verifications, and assessments by SARS in the ordinary course. As is the case with many taxpayers operating within highly regulated industries, Connie Links has from time to time been the subject of assessments and findings of SARS. Certain findings have been accepted and the relevant liabilities discharged. Other findings have been disputed through the statutory objective mechanisms established under the South African tax legislation. Connie Links respectfully submits that the unresolved tax disputes cannot properly be equated with criminal conduct. The Tax Administration Act mechanisms through which taxpayers and SARS may legitimately differ on questions of and law. South Africa's tax legislation, including the Tax Administration Act, creates hence mechanisms through which taxpayers and SARS may legitimately differ on questions of fact, law, proper interpretation, and application of the legislation. The existence of such disputes is recognized by the tax administration and should not without be equated with criminal conduct. The existence of such disputes is not unusual in tax administration and should not without more be treated as evidence of unlawful conduct. The heading, the Nyatlo affidavit. Connie Links has carefully considered the allegations contained in the affidavit deposed to by now. To the extent that those actions on Connie Links, they are denied. Connie Links respectfully submits that portions of the affidavit appear to conflate historical regulatory matters, unresolved tax disputes, media reports, and industry commentary with evidence of present-day criminality. Those concepts should be carefully distinguished. Historical regulatory matters and ongoing tax administration processes cannot without more establish present-day criminal conduct. Likewise, unresolved tax disputes cannot be equated to findings of fraud, tax evasion, or organized criminal activity. Under the heading AAA, Ipsos, and industry material. Connie Links notes that portions of the Nyatlo affidavit appear to rely upon publications issued by industry organizations and market reports prepared by third parties. Connie Links respectfully submits that such material should be approached with appropriate caution. Industry perform an important role in the debate. However, they are not independent regulators, courts, or investigative authorities. Their publications frequently reflect commercial interests and policy positions. Likewise, retail pricing studies and market surveys may identify pricing trends or market anomalies. They do not indicate whether excise duty has been paid with respect to any particular product, nor do they establish whether a manufacturer has committed tax evasion, fraud, smuggling, or any other criminal offense. Connie Links further submits that media reports, publications produced by representative organizations and market studies are each different forms of material carrying different evidential weight. While such material may contribute to public debate, it does not constitute primary evidence of criminal conduct. Serious findings have independently verifiable evidence properly before the Commission. Under the heading, Connie Links' interaction with law enforcement. The Nyatlo affidavit further suggests that Connie Links utilize organs of state against competitors. Connie Links unequivocally denies these allegations. Connie Links, like a responsible corporate citizen, Connie Links has appropriate reported information concerning suspected unlawful conduct to the relevant authorities. There is nothing in providing information to SARS, SAPS, or any other competent authority. Once such information is provided, all investigative enforcement decisions remain those of the relevant authority acting under its own statutory powers. Connie Links never exercise control over the functions of SARS, or any conclusion. Connie Links has made the submission voluntarily because it believes that the Commission should have before it the company's own account before reaching conclusions that met its reputation and commercial standing. Connie Links does not seek to minimize its history or avoid scrutiny. Nor does it ask the Commission to determine disputes between itself and SARS concerning historical tax matters. Those matters are regulated by legislation and remain subject to the statutory minimums provided by South African law. Connie Links asks only that its history be understood in its proper statutory, factual, and commercial context. The question presently before the Commission is whether there exists reliable and independently verifiable evidence establishing the allegations presently made against Connie Links. Connie Links receives that the questions should be answered evidence relevant to the issues before the Commission by evidence drawn solely from historical regulatory engagement, unresolved tax disputes, media reporting, industry advocacy, or commercial rivalry. Connie Links has voluntarily approached this Commission because it believes that the search for the truth is best served when all relevant perspectives are placed before it. Respectfully trusts that submissions will fulfill its constitutional mandate fairly, objectively, and in accordance with the rule of law. Connie Links remains willing to cooperate further with the Commission and reserves its right to implement these submissions should additional information become relevant. Yours faithfully, Adrian Mazzotti. Then there are two annexes that were referred to in the letter. So the letter, so Chair, now why I first went to the answering affidavit and those paragraphs, because what Mr. Mazzotti is taking issue with is reliance on what he describes as media reports that are not based on independent, based, as far as he can tell, on the affidavit itself, and the affidavit that the Commission put up also included industry-obtained analysis, research analysis, like the SOS study, which was commissioned by Connie Links' competitor, was commissioned by BA, British American Tobacco. So, and with that, what I wish to do, however...
Have you touched on the fact that they also say some of the material is historical, which I understand to mean and is no longer applicable?
Well, it's historical in the sense that the additions that were made by Mr. Mazzotti took place some years ago. It's not historical when looked at in the perspective of the Commission about particular conduct. And it's not about Connie Links as an entity, it's about Mr. Sayed, who's a director of Connie Links. So it relates both Connie Links of illegal tobacco trading, not based on media reports. And I will go to sorting effort to bear out that submission. But also, our evidence is based on Mr. Mosaid's alleged conduct. At no point have we ever said that there are proven criminal cases and charges against Mr. Sayed. But they are very serious allegations. In the context of the Commission of Inquiry, we are entitled to rely on that and to consider that in the course of the investigation of the Commission. So a lot of what is said in the submission is answered by direct reference to Mr. Mossotti's affidavit that is provided to SARS. It is a 2014 affidavit. The settlement agreement that was concluded between Connie Links and SARS was only concluded in 2020. And in fact, I supposed to go to it in detail, but it is before the Commission. I'll just give the preference in a moment. The basis upon which that settlement was reached were different facts and admissions. Well, let me not mention different facts agreed to by Carney Links than the 2014 facts in the affidavit. It exists over a period of time. And we have the objectively verifiable evidence before us because we requested it from SARS under a 10-6 subpoena, and it was provided to us with the necessary permissions to be able to use it in these proceedings. So I think, Chair, I will go to the affidavit.
Before you do that, if it's just for the record, to confirm that Carney Links or Mr. Mazzotti himself, have they required to file an affidavit before the Commission in the light of whatever is concerning them, the affidavit in the High Court, or to appear? Has there been kind of from them?
Commissioner Bloy, the only communication that we've received from Carney Links is the letter that I've put out in the form of his submission. There's been no request to formally provide anything.
Okay, thank you.
Whilst you are looking, shall we be told where this should go? This annex
Needs to be given an exhibit number.
Yeah.
What number are we on? What number are we on?
362.
Chair, I'm advised that we are now at CJC 362. That will be the exhibit number.
Thank you. As I always do, I'll request the attorneys to please sort profiles out in that. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to the affidavit itself, but can I just summarize the main theme that emerged from the affidavit, because I do not intend to read out an entire affidavit. Of course, our intentions on it, we can discuss various parts of it. But in a nutshell, what you'll see is that the affidavit contains admissions by Mr. Mazzotti, both personally and as a representative of Carney Links. And these admissions relate to past customs, excise and tax non-compliance, failures to account for cash income, and failure to pay tax, excise duty, a particular transaction, which I can say because we've been given permission, the illegal Peterser transaction. But again, I'm going to detail, but the commissioners will see it as we look at the affidavit, which concerns manufacturing of books. Then there's admissions of unlawful importation of tobacco, a false and pretext. There's admissions of unlawful surveillance of officials, access to records, an admission obtaining a confidential SARS document for cash, so paying someone inside SARS to get access to this document. There's also admissions of improper cash payments to legal advisors. And it's clear from the affidavit, and it's explained by Mr. Mazzotti, that the cash payments were made on the belief that SARS officials were being paid off, and that by making these cash payments to these legal advisors, they would assist in resolving Connie Links's problem with SARS. But I must also say that in that must be also the following, and I'll come to it, but he believes he was naive to think that the SARS officials would be bought. He's very careful to say that. So let me go to the affidavit. The settlement agreement, as I said, was concluded on a different basis, on unlawful conduct, but on a different lawful conduct. Chair, the affidavit, the SARS bundle is CAC 361, and there's one file. Mr. Mazzoti's affidavit, page 16 file. Chair and Commissioner will see that it begins with the usual declarations. It's signed by Mr. Adriano Lorenzo Mazzotti. He explains the purpose of the affidavit. And if we scroll down, there's a lot of background and principles, etc. Scroll down to paragraph 8, after describing the principles of restorative justice and settlement of conflicts, etc. Page 5 of the affidavit, what page it is in the bundle, it's paragraph 8. But it's halfway through paragraph 8, where Mr. Mazzotti says, in light of this, in light of the principles, it's hoped that this process will culminate in the company accepting criminal liability in criminal court, together with civil liability in respect of legislation administered by SARS, relying on the fact that it has cooperated with SARS, disclosed its wrongdoing in the past, did not waste the state time, effort, and resources in doing so, demonstrated genuine resource, etc., etc. So that really is the crux of the purpose of this affidavit. Paragraph 11 sets the history of the company. Relevant for us is where he states in paragraph 11 that it was originally started in about 2010. When the former Sayed, myself, and Martin Wingate Pierce got together. So that Sayed is Mr. Mo Sayed, whose chat I will be going to in due course. Paragraph 12, he talks about a bit more about the history and when it acquired manufacturing equipment to start the business, and that again was together with Sayed, Martin Wingate Pierce, and Craig William, who also was involved in this enterprise. Mr. Craig Williams, of course, is no stranger to crime and criminal conduct. He goes on to then give the rest of the history, go through that. Paragraph 16, the commissioners will table of the shareholding breakdown. And again, you'll see Mr. M's his shareholding.
Maybe for completeness, you have referred to the founders and include Mr. Craig Williamson and the else. In the list at paragraph 16 seems to be a different list. Maybe just for completeness, you indicate who is there that you referred to previously.
So the full list of shareholdings in Carnings is what's depicted. And so the first is Mr. Masotti with 16.6%, Mr. Smith with 16.6%, Mr. Phillips, K. Phillips, 16.6%, Mr. G. Lombard, 16.6%, and Mr. Wingate Pierce, 33.3%.
You no longer have Mr. Craig Williamson.
No, and elsewhere, affidavits explained the drop at a certain point.
Yes.
In fact, it says that there was a cash contribution raised to Mr. Williamson when he exited the enterprise. So, Chair, what then is obtained affidavit is, you'll see in 17 and 18, Carnegie Links was registered and operated. Law 8, for example, in paragraph 18, to date, the company has always made the payments to on time and accurately, except as mentioned below. In 19, the company also did requirements of VAT and income tax, except as itemized. I don't think it's necessary for us to go into the instances of this conduct. I've set out already for the commissioners the topics that they cover. So if I may skip over those, they are under different headings, but as you go through it, you'll see that they relate to what I've said about evading income tax, excise duties, VAT, illegal trading in relation to the Grindling concerns the payment of cash for certain benefits and again, also cash payments to avoid tax. Infiltration of SARS. And I'm just going to scroll past these. There's the purchase engagement. Just want to point out that, and you'll see throughout this is not just an conduct that was undertaken by Mr. Mazzotti on his own. He did it in concert with Mr. Said and Mr. Phillips. For example, when you look at paragraph 51, he says, in February 2013, approached me with an offer which I discussed with Philip. He accepted his proposal, which was wrong, and had handed the company in trouble, and we shouldn't have done this, and then he had arrangement in some detail. He, in paragraph 54, to explain the 8 million rand in cash that they were able to raise in this engagement that was not accounted for in the books of the company. And he then explains what he used the 8 million rand for. In paragraph 61, it's clear he accepts that Carney Links acquired tobacco unlawfully and wrongfully of 2 tons per week over a period of time. He goes on to explain further contraventions of the law, and he says the unlawful conduct, and here's where he deals with payments to legal advisors. Chair, what's important about this is that we know talk about tax non-compliance. This affidavit has moved off tax non-compliance at this point. It's talking about fraud and corruption. I'm not going to mention the names of the legal advisors. He does say in relation to at least one of them that, and you'll see in paragraph 83 of the affidavit, that he persistently referred to his contacts at SARS, and in particular mentioned Johan Lochrenberg and Ivan Pillay. Naive to believe he could influence Lochrenberg and Pillay to favor our company. This we accept now is in a manner of speaking nonsense, and that we were mid. But in the process, we paid 100,000 rand, 100,000 rand in cash to this legal advisor. So on Chair, Commissioners, and of the affidavit. And you'll see at page 2 of the affidavit, again, I'm pages in your bundle, is the signature, the date on which it was issued, 6 May 2014. The settlement agreement ultimately concluded is a page when you're ready, although we're not going to go through it in detail, Chair, unless you wish to. See you reading, so I'm just waiting for you.
No, please go ahead.
So it's 83, but at page 98 of the settlement agreement, the date of the signature is 27 October 2020, and it was signed by the directors. Of Carney Links and the directors and a SARS representative. And that agreement is really what it does, naturally, is it records SARS' position and view that cigarettes manufactured by Carney Links were presented on paper as having been moved and exported lawfully, but that no documents to prove a lawful export. So the effects that SARS cigarettes having been diverted into South Africa, without customs, duties, VAT, etc. being paid.
Ms. Asim, I think it's only right, perhaps fair, that you also put on record 1.1.3 of that settlement agreement. It mentions two specific individuals against whom this debt is raised, and therefore not everybody who is a director or shareholder.
Commissioner Lloyd says that the amount in dispute means the debt raised by SARS against Carney Links, the company, of which Mr. Mazzotti, Mr. Philip, and Mr. Sayed are directors. So it's against the company as well as Mazzotti in their personal capacities.
Thank
you. The amount of dispute is about 13.5 million. The settlement agreement concluded on the basis of 25 million and something. So that is the factual base of the allegations of the conduct of Carney Links. And then the directors who are engaged in that unlawful conduct. The allegations, well, the admissions in the affidavit of fraud and corruption have no knowledge of anything further coming of it, whether they're charged, whether there was anything that was taken. It's not with the SARS restriction to follow up on this, but we don't know if it was referred for any purposes. So we don't have knowledge on that.
Again, just check. In that letter, the submission, if you just bear with me, there is somewhere, the paragraph where Mr. Mazzotti allows us to reference to the original affidavit, so I had highlighted it. I highlighted where he says he asks us to have to the original document or affidavit. Just
it's paragraph 3.4.
hold on.
And some primary evidence properly before it.
Yeah. And you have said that you have received this affidavit from SARS. It's a copy, if confirmed for the record, and you've not been offered the original by Mr. Mazzotti.
No, not this. The letter that we received last night points out, it's signed by Mr. Mazzotti.
Yes.
Points out that we rely on our media reports, the Ipsos study, etc., which is secondary information and it's not based on. And he says that we are able to tell whether the quotations are accurate or not, because it's not based on the affidavit itself, but the affidavit was his own affidavit, so he could have placed it before the commission. It wasn't placed before the commission, but as it happened, we had already requested the SARS. We had a copy from SARS, Commissioner Beloy, and that's the copy that I read out.
Thank you.
I got the impression he was saying he no longer has a copy, so he's not sure what is being put up mirrors what is set out in the affidavit.
What is that?
That's how I understand it, because
Maybe he has a copy and not the original. I don't know. All I know is it wasn't offered to us. So, Chair, I mean, all of this is again really just prefacing us now getting into the content of the tenders and the significance of Mr. Mo Sayed and the change General Khan Mo Sayed. And it's not just in relation to his links with the company and his involvement in this context in the company, but also other allegations that have been made in there for some time. And we also detail that in the answering affidavit. It was something that, even Mr. Shongwe referred to when he was hear those allegations. There's, again, no charges that we are aware of that have been brought against Mr. Sayed in relation to the allegation that he was involved against the doctor, Mr. Munshi. But there are allegations. And I'm not, and the allegations of cover-ups, I'm not going to go any further into that. The point is, it's a matter of public record that these allegations are swirling, and I have nothing further to say on it. In that context, and I'd like to turn to the WhatsApp conversation. Chair, we provide a core bundle because the full version, but the bigger version is about 6,812 pages of WhatsApp conversations. Context is important, so all of those pages are relevant because it provides a context. But for purposes of the particular aspects of the chat that I'm going to go to, we prepared a core bundle. It may be that we need to exit the core bundle and look at certain other pages, maybe a little before the pages of the core bundle, a little after, in which case we will alert you and Chair, you have to go there electronically because we didn't print out the 6,800 pages. I'm confident we'll manage this.
So we put away the two files that we were working from.
That's correct, Commissioner Beloy. Now all you will have is the core bundle.
Volume 1. We've got one you want us to look at.
This is volume 1.
What we,
Commissioner Beloy, I think that volume 1 will do, but it might have to between now and then. I can just explain, Chair, that what I'll be doing is going through different parts of CAT, and I've separated out the tenders because there's more than one engagement on corrupting, facilitating, and improper tender. Therefore, under different headings. The first one I would like to deal with is the PE tender, the protective equipment, personal protective equipment. It was during the time of COVID, and as we know, there was a flurry of activity for provision of protective equipment by several companies. So, Chair, the first exchange, it begins on 12 January 2021. $695. Sorry, that in volume 2.
do we put away file 1 so long?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Tassim, these are chat, we're looking at chats downloaded from General Khan's phone. All of these.
That is
Just for the
correct.
record.
So let me explain, commissioners. There are several devices that were seized from General Khan on the 10th of May. In these series of chats, we're going to be looking at the conversations, WhatsApp conversations only, not other parts of the devices, that come from an iPhone 8 and from an iPhone 11. The bulk of what I'm going to go through is in the iPhone 11. This is a chat between John and Mr. Mo Said. It begins at the top of 5695. And what it begins with is Mr. Said saying, who can I do to contract to supply SAPS with masks with SAP's logo I'm making upstairs, need to sell? The response from John, I don't think I mentioned the date. This is 12 January 2021, and it's at 10:56 in the morning. 11:06 on the same day, General Khan says, send me sales price, please, ASP. I'm going to see someone tomorrow night who's the possible guy to make it happen. That's responded to as by Mr. Said, who says perfect, and General Khan says, don't forget my birthday present, etc. On page 5696, next page, at the top of the page, Mr. Said sends General Khan the PPE price lists, and that is contained in the annex bundle, next to WhatsApp chats, and it's just one. And in that bundle, so in these chats, there are the documents that are attached, etc., voice notes. And so that's what this annexure bundle is about. Page 147 is where you'll see the price list that is contained on page 5696. You'll see on page 147 that it is gloves, masks.
Is a conscious decision not to fight?
No, Chair. See that it's gloves and masks and caps and shoe covers. And the prices are to the right hand side. And on the same page, 5696, General Khan says, Salam's Bureau, I got the samples. We move forward.
I suppose it would be for General Khan to explain what he meant when he says got the samples, but this seems to be a reference to something different from the price list that themselves would have been referring to.
I think it isn't away because when you have regard to the chat we went to before, send me the samples and price list. This is the price list. I think the samples might have been sent physically, obviously. So he's reporting that he received the samples, like two and two together there.
They came with the birthday present, not the birthday present.
The birthday present was a separate package.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this begins then in January 2021. The next chat I'd like to take the Commission to is on 18 May 2021. Recall, Khan says there's somebody I'm going to be seeing tomorrow or whenever to assist with this. So on 18 May 2021, and that's 5899. At the page, Mr. Sayed says, Brew, let me know what the procurement for SAPs say for the masks. And General Khan responds, are you CAE? Mr. Sayed says, what's that? Now, we do know that the CSD is a central supplier database, and we don't know whether further communication took place to assist Mr. Sayed to get onto the central supplier database. That takes place in May. The next change on this tender takes place on the 4th of June 2021. It's at page 6025. And at the, again, sort of at the top of the page, at 9:56 in the evening, Mr. Sayed says to General Khan, let's sell some masks, please. General Khan replies, okay, bro, I'll speak to them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed replies, Peru, General Khan, everything in good time. Mr. Sayed says, I have a feeling that you're going to puff. And General Khan says, Inshallah. At this point, we don't know yet who them is that General Khan will be speaking to. But if we have a look at the next conversation, which is the next day, it's at page 5941. That's 5 June 2021 at 8:23 a.m. Mr. Sayed asks, Brew, please ask Fani what name was the Transvaal contracts saved under. Now, Commissioners, we will see as we go through this, that what we will establish is that the Fani that is referred to in this chat is it's General Fani, who's recently been suspended from the SAPS, where he was in the supply chain position. At this time, he was employed in National Treasury in a procurement position, a senior position. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it was a senior position like the procurement National Treasury.
It's funny, the same.
The Fani's surname is Molefe Fani.
Mr. Sim, not necessarily for resolution now, it might be important to verify the Fani, because in the documents given us, there are different specs of Fani, F-A-N-I, and the Fani is I-E.
Yes.
So if you're able to confirm it now,
I
you
I'll
say?
quite shortly, in fact, but it's FAI and the people with whom, and Mr. Said is not the only person General Khan communicates with about General Fani, but they don't seem to know exactly how it's spelled.
I
So
see.
various spellings, but the proper spelling, as I'll show you in a moment, is FAI.
Okay, but this Fani, F-A-N-I, is the same.
It's the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was June. If we go to July, page 107. That is voice note. And we will, 7 July 2021, Mr. Sayed sent the voice note to General Khan, in which he asks General Khan to check how many test kits he was looking at ordering for different government departments. Well, General Khan checked with General Fani how many test kits he was looking at ordering for different government departments for PPE. I think we need to just play that voice note if it's available. Chair, I think we have a technological problem, but I also see that it's 7 to 11. I don't know how long it'll take to resolve. Maybe we should adjourn slightly earlier.
Sorry, only because you are already in July, if maybe you go to 6021, you may have a follow-up. It's the 23rd of June, right? And remember you earlier referred to a request for a CSD number. And then now at the bottom, WhatsApp, you seem to have an answer to that. And in the next page, maybe you put that on record. So that when General Khan come to tie, we speak to that. 6021.
I'm there. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's
You
right.
want to put that on record?
I made it. I forgot to skip over it. Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. It's 602, which is on the 23rd of June. Mr. Sayed says at 8:57 p.m. This is BWCSD number. Now, and then he has the CSD number. We can see it is a CSD number because it has the prefix A. Which is the prefix CSD numbers. BWCSD number. We believe B is for Branded World, which is a company that we will see features elsewhere in these chats, was mentioned in these chats. And it is a company that is a director of.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11.
Thank you, Chair.
Are they looking at ordering the different departments? Because I've got approval, we can distribute it through Carney Links Industries. I've got the stock as well. I've got the sample stock, the samples have been approved by SAPRA. I've got the stock as well, so I want to operate it.
Chair, can I ask that it's played one more time? So sometimes hard to follow the first time around.
Salam, Bro. Please check with the pilot how many test kits are they looking at ordering the different departments, because approved this through Carney Links Industries. I've got the stock as well. I've got the stock, the samples have been approved by SAPRA. I've got the stock as well, so I want to operate it.
So that's very self-explanatory. It's, Mr. Sayed does in that voice note refer to pilot. He says, ask pilot. We'll show in due course that pilot is the code name they use. Obvious straight line that shows this is a business park in the context leads to one to conclude.
Okay.
To
We'll
infer
get- we'll-
it is in fact.
We'll get their name, sorry to interrupt you, we'll get their name at a later date.
It appears to be Adam. It appears to be Adam, but we'll get there in due course. So what's happening here is we'll discuss the PPE that without CES. Now, whether it's because they're trying to cut out a business partner or whether it's okay to go ahead without him, we can't. If General Khan were here, he'd be able to explain a bit more what the meaning of it is. The other point that was mentioned by Mr. Said was that his approval for Carney Links to do this, also that he got approval from SAPRA for these facts. So if we go to the next page, it shows that he does have this approval from SAPRA. He does so on page 679. You'll see on 6179 says a document that's an annexure OL Carney Links Pty Limited. And that's page 49, the annexures bundle. Do an application for mobile device. There is a box in paragraph 1. It's not clear what that's meant to indicate. There was a bookmark in the letter. We don't know. But what it shows
Does
is
it
that...
not say they are licensed to manufacture? Isn't that the point?
It's what I'm getting to. Is that what he's trying to say is that I've done my part now. It says a little bit further in the chat, because the next letter, which is on page 151, so from SACRA, and he says that letter, I've done my part now, waiting for their processes. So what he's saying is the requisite licensing and compliance processes are followed by him, and Khan should continue to assist him with the contract. So that's on the 21st of July.
You move on, just even it may appear to be obvious, just to be clear. The voice note says distribution would be through Links. That's
Yes.
what I had. And we've got the SAFRA letter, which is about anything. But just to be clear, the CSD number that seems to have been used is the BW CSD number, Links.
Yes, on
That we referred to earlier.
That was referred
and
to
it's a
earlier.
different company.
It's a
You say
different
it's a
company.
completely different company.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So 5 days later, page 6210. What we'll see here is a shot that General Khan sent to say. There are two documents. The first is the number of masks to be ordered per province. So it's sort of in a transversal act. There will be a procurement across departments, across provinces. This is the numbers of disposable face masks. It's cut off a little bit, but on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see it says disposable face masks. And so what it is a picture of a screen the number of masks required by different sections of cities. And immediately below that is an extract from Treasury Instruction number 11 of 2020/2021, and it's a Treasury Instruction on procurement. It's on page 6210. It's immediately below the screen. They're all screenshots of this information. Immediately below the disposable face mask numbers. Now, the Treasury Instruction is not internal information. That is public information. It's a information that is available to anyone, and particularly to companies who wish to bid for under this contract number. The screenshot would not have been information that was publicly available. That's internal SAPS information that would benefit the bidder.
Is that correct, though? The bottom is maybe you should clarify what is a national document, because if you look at the bottom, that cutoff is 2, and it indicates addressed to. If you go to 211, it continues. It is it's to internal people. If we are speaking about the same document.
I'm talking about the screenshot before the trade transaction, so it doesn't have anything about whom it's addressed.
Yes, the one at the top, which has a breakdown of who needs it.
Yes.
You say that's an internal document.
That has to be internal.
Okay, and then what do you say about the bottom one?
Bottom one, a public document, Treasury instruction. And it's addressed to all departments, but it's not something that would be private or internal. It's something that's available publicly.
You can even Google it. I mean, you
You'd
can
probably
find it on Google,
Google.
or on the
Yes.
Treasury website.
What I'm clarifying is, by that explanation, you're not saying that it is addressed to the public. On the face of it, it is addressed to internal people.
That is true.
Yes.
That is true. I can't see the entire list of entities to whom it's addressed. But it's not a document that is sent to
the public.
to the media
Yes.
or that. So this is just July 20. What we then begin to see.
And what do you wish to highlight about this document, this second document,
Well,
for our purposes?
what I'm highlighting is that, first, I think the first document I've explained. The second reason shot is General Khan providing information that's relevant for the tender. It's not clear to me that this is internal private SAPS information, but it is intended to assist Mr. Said in the process of securing the tender.
Thank you.
What we see, Commissioners, from page 6230, and that's on 2nd August 2021, and we'll go through several of these, but what we see is a series of communications now where Mr. Said is pressing General Khan to move quickly with the COVID season. So on the 2nd of August 2021, at 9:20 a.m., Mr. Said says, Salam, pilot and Gen 1, we need the order for the cuts off there. And the response is, Wasilo, okay, and then see you later, etc. Now, that first message, please tell pilot and John, I've said to the commissioners, I'll show that pilot is Malefe Fani. I can't say exactly who Gen 1 is, and whether that's code or whatever it is. It's some other person, but I haven't established the identity yet. That person. And 3rd of August, 6243. (7:28 a.m.) Mr. Sayed said, Salam, how did you sleep? Please up on one and the pilot. Gen 1 responds, I followed up with Gen 1 last night, going to chase pilot today. Mr. Sayed says, okay, bro. If you look a little bit further down, the next page, 6244, so it's still on the 3rd of August, but it's now hours. It says, I need the PPE orders, please, bro. And on 645, then he says, still on the 3rd of August, please push general and it's a business card, but I'm not sure there's much more for us to say on the business card. I don't want to suggest that that person is, in fact, I'm pretty sure that person is not General One, the business card. It's a business card that's sent to Mr. Said, the message sent to Mikey. Um, 246. a.m. Says, Salams Brew, it's Wednesday already. Please push Gen 1 and pilot to finalize PE. These guys are too slow. General Khan replies at 5:59 a.m. I will call Pat. At 6247 of the series of chats, also on the 4th of August. At 7:01 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, we need to get an order in this week while the need for PE is still in season. And I agree. Brew, I need the address of pilot. And General Khan then sends him the email address of pilot. And you'll see that the email address reflected on the message is Molefe Fani, F-A-N-I, at treasury.gov.za. So this is the time, as I said, when Mr. Fani at that point was employed in Treasury before he moved over to the SAPS.
You said in Treasury he was responsible for? What was his position at the time?
Procurement. Business supply chain management.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you go to 5, in the same stream of applying pressure to get it done, Mr. Sayed says on the 4th of August, please push Gen 1 and P through. Pilot is back tomorrow. I'm going to see him. He says it's another week gone by. He's getting quite despairing at this point. It's another week gone by. General Khan says, I know. And they go on to talk about a topic which I turn to separately, which is General Khan's new house. (6294). So we've seen that the email address was already provided for Lefani, but now on the 10th of August at 7:35 a.m., General Khan sends contact numbers, and two contact numbers that he's business for Molefe Fani. The first is looks official number because it's Fani Molefe Treasury. The second one says pilot Fani pilot. Sorry, I was just checking to see whether we're flighting. The next reference is still on the 10th of August. It's at page 699. First message on 699 refers to something else. But it's a second message. Pilot won't make it through, but will handle it. And Khan says, okay, thanks, Brew. So there's been communication now after he sent the contact details, there's communicate directly. So he can't go through General Khan, he says, let me just speak to this guy straight. And so there's obviously been communication between him and the pilot, and he's gotten back to General Khan to say, we've spoken. Still on the 10th of August, on page 6302, at the bottom of the page, it says, any news from General on the masks? General Khan responds, it's back tomorrow. Mr. Sayed says, okay, let's keep the pressure on him, please. Brew. General Khan says, okay, Brew, and then says, we had supper by Tariq. And he asks for pics. Yeah, pictures that I sent. So there's two conversations that are taking place between General Khan and people inside the government. One is with procurement, with the other appears to be with somebody who's in the SAPS and who's responsible for this. So each time Mr. Said communicates with him, with General Khan, he either refers to a conversation with pilot or with General One, who is the SAPS person. So you see on page 6304, again, on the 11th of August, 12 p.m., says, please follow up with General One, need the orders. And then on the 16th August, if I can just find the page 6316. Bear with me for one moment. It's 6316 at 9:30 a.m. Mr. Sayed sends to General Khan a notice. It's an attachment. It says cloth and surgical mask national letter, 13 August 2021, signed by DivCom. And I'm not sure whether it's in the annexure bundle. We've just flighting it. This is the national letter that is being referred to. It's signed at the bottom by Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management, Lieutenant General Ritt, and Mr. Sayed says, what does this mean? And then Khan makes it up and says, well, now we can do the mask using the RT contract. What it's about is, well, you can see the heading. It's a protocol for containment of COVID, and it says that this is approved for employees to use when wearing uniform. So again, it's about what the SAPS will be procuring. That is one more message, and that's no. Let me end on this one. We don't know at this point what came of the contract, because it's reflected in the chat whether this contract was concluded and whether Carney Links in fact secured this tender and when that would have happened. This is as far as it goes on the PPE tender. There is one message that's just, I'll just go there just because it's linked to this, and it was on 30 June 2021. And it is screened on 30 June. Mr. Valley sends so to General Khan a series of tenders that are also PPE tenders. He says, bro, dispenses we can do. So at the same time, we see at the same time as the facilitation of a tender with Mr. Sayed on June 2021, conversation happening parallel with Mr. Valley, Mr. Ismail Valley, for an attempt to secure and to get assistance to facilitate access to a tender dispensers, into dispensers, and he sends a screenshot of these tenders. I'll come back to that because it's a subject of a separate chat. The relevance now is PPE contracts that are at this point in time in 2020. So what, commissioners, we see from
Sorry,
the...
Ms. Asim. Valley is an area of Treasury. Who is Valley in the scheme?
I'm going to take some time to explain that, but he is a businessman.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the letter that you referred us to, the SAPS letter that said there won't be any further emergency procurement, but instead the procurement of the surgical masks will be sourced through the National Treasury contract, which was that letter that you referred us to. Reading it with 6317, where Mr. Sayed says we are not on that contract, so that may be a problem for us. And
Yes.
then the response to me that's where the whole thing ends, because realize that they are not part of this contract. So the only way to get in is that somebody who is part of this contract, they must then, I don't know, make of it.
Well, so Commissioner Kamalo, we don't know how it ends. We know that it's now been moved from an emergency procurement process to the RT process. And it says, well, what are we meant to do with that? General Counsel says that's what Madlanga was supposed to arrange for us to link up with someone who is in the RT. And then to say it says, okay. And it continues off onto a different topic from there on. Now, we then link with someone who has access to that contract. We just don't know. But what's clear is that the process Mr. Sayed thought they were going to be able to follow wasn't going to work out. So looking for an alternative means. So, Commissioners, this set of chats on this particular PPE shows several things. It shows that Mr. Sayed, a private businessman, links wanted access to these SAPS masks, at the very least. But he, as we know, he sees of more than masks. General Khan responded to all of his messages, acting a facilitator. In the face of it, he is facilitating. He's not responding as a senior police officer who is distancing himself from the improper approach that is being made to him to facilitate access to the contract. He also refers to other individuals within government who may provide assistance, securing access and to other women.
And in that letter, Advocate Hassim, is it an internal SAPS letter that he shared with Mr. Said?
On the cloth masks and surgical, can I have a look one more time? That letter, as I said, was by the Divisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Ritt. He was SCM, Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management. It's to addressed internally
within-
with the national sections maps.
It's not for public.
It is not sent to the public, no. It's an internal communication. So just to wrap up then on what I was saying, just from this set of chats, in addition to what I've already laid out, is, there's this constant pressure that's then applied by Mr. Said. It's not isolated; it's sort of ongoing. Need to secure the orders. That General Khan provides procurement-related information, contact details, and internal information. And the point here that what it looks like is that General Khan allowed himself, if I can put it at the lowest bar, to be used for access to the procurement channels for a private businessman. And it certainly appears from these that there was no attempt to enforce the law, either in relation to Mr. Said, who was making the approach to him, or in relation to officials who seemed to be in on the deal. And that is where I conclude on that of this batch of communications related to the PPE tender.
When you say it seems from these heads that there was no attempt to enforce the law, what law are we talking about, and what are you saying should have been done, which was not done by General Khan when he's approached?
Well, what I would think the first thing would be is not to facilitate this, to assist. Now, as I said when I prefaced the discussion, General Khan may have information as to why he did it, why he facilitated. We don't know what that is. He didn't stop the process. He didn't to Mr. Said, that's not the way we operate. He didn't report Mr. Said for all we can see. And there's no evidence, again, from the chats themselves that any action was taken against officials or any reporting of officials took place. What we do know is General Fani was only suspended, I think, recently, a couple of weeks ago. So he remained in 2020. So he remained in his position until fairly recently. If there had been some law enforcement or some action taken by General Khan, perhaps something would have happened sooner. Again, General Khan might have an explanation for this.
In another stream of evidence that with procurement matters, we've had an explanation from a witness who's an employee in a state entity that in the normal course they get inquiries from members of the public, and because they're good servants, they tend to help members of the public and refer to, so there was nothing in their engagements with members of the public on procurement matters. It may be it's too early in your process for me to ask this question of you, and you can say to me, we'll deal with it later if you were going to. With investigation and set of documents, especially the WhatsApp messages that you've had us to, able to offer any view about the nature of the relationship between Mr. Syed and General Khan that may well explain this exchange as the member public possibly requesting information from a public official. I'd be able to offer a view of the nature of the relationship between the two.
So Commissioner, yeah, just particular parts, but the entire set of chats. And so it's clear that they have a very close personal relationship. This is not some member of the public who happens to call up someone, perhaps they met you before and they know you and they call you up. This is someone he meets on a regular basis. He socializes with on a regular basis. And it's not the only instance which he helps to facilitate. There are, and that's the next example that I will do, which more direct involvement.
Thank you.
in the process.
Thank you, Mr.
It doesn't, you confuse me. You're dealing with issue 41. You said General Fani is still with SAPS, was only recently suspended. In the chats we were dealing with was in 2001. And was he then with Treasury and then at some point he moved to SAPS? Can you just clear up that confusion?
Yes, Commissioner, 2021, these chats. And at this point in time, he was in Treasury, and we could see it from his email address. I've forgotten the exact date now. I will provide it to the date when he was transferred from, in fact, it was a option, from Treasury into the SAPS. And I just don't remember the date. I think it might have been 2023, but I need to confirm that.
And then your further engagement with Advocate Aloy, because a similar issue, is it fair to say you can put it no higher than to say prima facie, this is what the chairs appear to indicate, that he must facilitate on issues relating to procurement, including PPE and others, because I saw in one of the chats was saying that that was not related to PPEs, but he shared that there is tender coming, and he had it with Mr. Syed. And
Yes.
there may or may not be impropriety, but that will be put to him if and when he does come and give it, and his version then be presented at that stage.
Yes. I'm going to go to the next chat. I was just wrapping up on the PPE to say, I don't know what happened with that one. And on the face of it, this is all it was. This is as far as it went. We do need to see these things. And linked to Commissioner Beloy's question is, what do we make of this? Is it just one isolated incident? Is it an innocent approach to say, I happen to know you, and can you tell me, give me more information that one would give anybody about access to a contract, kind of. That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at something much more, my word carefully, problematic. And see that in the next conversation that we're about to get to, and with an IT contract. Is that 2022? Commissioner Malo, the date at which Molefe Fani joined the SAPS was August 2022. August 2022, and he was the Division Commissioner for Supply Chain Management in the SAPS.
I guess this may be relevant to one of the streams that we are dealing with, because you said it was a motion which means he was not promoted from within SAPS. But when he moved from Treasury to SAPS, he became a general.
That's indeed correct. So he's a senior officer in the Treasury.
But not SAPS, that's my point. So
But
he didn't rise the ranks.
He didn't rise, it
SAPS.
was a transfer.
It was a transfer
Lateral
from
move.
Treasury, and then when he went to SAPS, he was given the rank of a general.
He was put in charge of supply. He was a divisional
I'm
commissioner.
interested in the rank.
Oh, the rank, yes.
Because it's relevant to the other stream we are dealing with.
Yes. So he was in the rank of lieutenant general.
In fact, Chair put it to Mr. O'Sullivan when he was here, that it often happens people entered by SAPS and are given a higher rank so they don't start at the bottom when they join SAPS.
Yes.
So I was asking it in that context.
No, I understand, Commissioner Kumalo. It's also why I refer to it as a promotion, because it's such a senior position. That's why you require the rank of lieutenant general. It's because of the seniority of the position that he's given. So anybody who would come from another institution or organization, whether it's within government or outside of government, but outside of SAPS, you would be placed at the level, you would be given the rank that is commensurate with your seniority in the SAPS, and that's what happened here. So he didn't come through the ranks in the SAPS at all.
But you may only call it a promotion if you are sure that it's not equivalent to the position he had in the National Treasury. But if the equivalent is not necessarily a motion, it's that he didn't start as a constable within SAPS.
That's correct. What I will confirm was whether he was a similarly senior position in procurement in the Treasury.
But do you think so?
Well,
Not-
no, Chair,
not
it really
in-
is to explain why I
yes.
considered it yes, he was a chief procurement officer in
Yeah.
Treasury and a director, and then he moved to SAPS. In SAPS, he was divisional commissioner, supply chain management. That was where he was appointed, and therefore, because of the seniority of that position, he was awarded, I don't know how one gets ranks, granted the rank of lieutenant general.
Yes. No, thank you. I think that's enough for our purposes, yeah. Thanks. Sorry. Just in case by 12:30 we amply understand whatever it is we'll be doing at that time, please indicate that we should adjourn.
I will allow you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sensitivity.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Please.
The next contract concerns the relationship between General Khan and Mr. Ed in relation to an IT contract between the National Treasury and a company called Siberia. And for that, we begin in June 21. And what we will see is, again, the involvement of General Khan through General Fani. Now he's General Fani at the point in time. He becomes General Fani along the way. The involvement of both of them in this contract. We could begin at 12th June 2021, which is at page 5974. At the top of 974, Mr. Said says Fani confirm it's time to collect the docs yet? General Counsel, I haven't heard from him yet. Mr. Sayed responds, seemingly good to go. Obviously, I have not yet negotiated anything or spoken to Fuad. Farid has alerted the doc and Fuad willing to fly in next week. Then he shares a document that's titled National Treasury and Siberia Master Contract. The attachment on that page is in your annexures bundle. And page 41. So you see that that's a copy of a master contract, an agreement between National Treasury. It's signed by the Office of the Accountant General, and it's with Siberia, and Siberia is represented, you'll see on page 41, is represented Managing Director, Mr. F. Mans, who, if you look at page 45, at the table under paragraph 1.6, you'll see in the row Siberia, Director, Fuad, Whitmans. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. That's the Fuad Whitmans is the Director of Siberia. This is obviously a contract with Siberia to be the project manager for the rolling out of a rather complicated IT system. The second document attached on page 9 and 4 is the Siberia letter to Accountant General. And that's page 74 of your bill. And it's dated 26 January 2021. And it's addressed to the Accountant General related to implementation of the master contract, and it's signed by Dr. F. Udeman at the bottom. You'll see on page 75. So the documents that it shared with General Khan. And he sends these documents, he says, Josie. So it seems that he's forwarding these documents from the person named Josie. That's 12 June 2021. 15 June 2021, page 599. Enters Fani again. And General Khan says, Salam, bro, we're going to meet Fani at 4. And if you scroll down to page 599Z, it straddles the two pages. On the same day at 41 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, well, first he said at home, and then he says, must I ask Josie to join? And General Khan says, yes, at home. And then he asks to speak to Mr. Sayed. On the 23rd of June, they set up a meeting, and it's on page 6020. You'll see at 2:30 p.m. Mr. Sayed says, what time you coming? General Khan responds, still busy. His location. Scrolling down to 6021. Mr. Sayed says, okay, Brew, pilot still sitting in the car. I need you here. The next reference is on 30 June 2021, 6072. And at the bottom of that page, and you'll see there's a lot of other stuff that are in these chats that I'm not dealing with, and I'm deliberately not commenting. 30 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, Salam met with Fuad. This is big. We'll please make sure pilot comes, otherwise meeting fruitless out to him. And that was at 4:30 a.m. At 4:37 a.m., General Khan responds, okay, and picture of the breakfast that he's eating. Next interaction on the track 39, 2021, and that's at page 6126. It starts on 6125. Again, it's struck 2 pages at the bottom of 6125. You'll see 30 July 2021, 11:50 a.m. General Khan says, DG just called an urgent meeting now at 2 at the office to procure and find disaster recovery related to this unrest. I'm driving through Pretoria. Can we meet tomorrow anytime after 2? Next message is pilot. So what is happening here is that we think that he's busy, and what he's busy with is proposed they have the meeting tomorrow at any time after 2. He says this from Mr. Sayed, okay. And then still on 13 July 2021, 1:07. In the middle of the page, not July, it's actually 14 July. At 8:55 a.m., Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a name. The name is Bobby Marke. He said to General, ask the pilot if he is a friendly force or grab him. Fuad's matter, he is strategic, suggesting that he was, well, the way I read this is that Bobby Marke was strategic in Fuad's matter. And he's now asking for advice from pilot, who we know is funny, about whether he's a friendly force.
Have we sought to find out who is Bobby Marke insofar as he may be a person, a government person?
He is a treasury
Sure.
at the time, yes. This was in 2021, and at that point in time, Marke treasury official. And then the next engagement is at page 620. Where Mr. Say, top of page, says, what time is the pilot seeing the guys from MTN? (6206). So it'll become apparent why MTN, I mean, this is again just related to the master contract and the implementation of the contract. Contract. It is an IT, it's not just IT related, it is also about procuring handsets and data bundles and the like. So Mr. Sayed says, what time is the pilot seeing the guy MTN? John says, I'm going to ask him, and Mr. Sayed says, okay. That's 26 July 2021. On the same day, (6207), says, please confirm I'm sitting with Josie. And Khan says, I'm waiting for him to respond. And it seems that the him there is pilot Fani. Mr. Sayed responds, okay, and sends him a list of names. I'm going to read those names. But I believe one of them, and that would be number 4, to be Josie. General Khan just says, as you see from the context of forwarded message, he says, just meet them. SMARTA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed says, excellent, Brew. And then them means more than one person. Good, who else he met. I will ask him. So the way, sorry, Commissioner Bedoy, I think you have a question.
I don't know if you can answer this. I was pointing out that at 6207, right top, is a request for names of people for the water wells. And then you've got a list of names. I don't know if you can clarify.
And I'm afraid I can't assist. The reason I didn't go there was because I don't know enough about it to be able to give you a credible interpretation.
Guess this could be a reference to the names of people from water worlds or smarter people for a different section. It doesn't say on this page, I guess.
It
just being
does say,
about
so
it.
we, at least number 4 is involved in the arrangement. SMARTA.
That's sufficient for me.
But I'm not sure exactly what the meaning of the other names are, whether they are partners or it's related to something else. And so in the absence of more information, I just didn't say too much about that. But what we see is that what General Khan forwards me is a message saying that he's just met them. And in the context, he's in the context of speaking to Pilot, it appears that Pilot has now met with relevant people in MTN. And he says, and facilitating acts MTN, saying, I just met them, SMARTA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. He responds to say, them means more than one person, it will be good to know who else he met. I will ask him. And then it continues from there, and this is important. because he then says, any news, and then he says, some of the contract. What he does, because we get the contract and
would
the
this-
relevance of this
would-
becomes
oh.
clear with reference to the contract. Apologies, it's 12:30.
But you want to finish off the point,
Actually, a good point to break, Chair.
or to break it this? Let's adjourn and resume at
paragraph 3, which captures the agreement between SMADA and Siberia. And see from this MOU, and particularly these clauses, that this really is a thinly veiled agreement for facilitating this, process, access to the contract with Treasury. So 3.1 begins that Siberia was awarded a contract. Point 2, and this is the critical provisions now. SMADA has close business relationships at the highest levels with the government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as in the private sector, and certainly to facilitate introductions, meetings, and presentations at the highest level of the government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as SMADA's business associates in the private sector, to ensure full implementation of the rules engine. Then if you look at 3.3.2, it says more specific part 3 as follows. 3.3.2, SMADA shall secure the necessary strategic partnerships subject to final approval of Siberia. 3.3.3, SMADA shall ensure that Siberia continue to provide the services of the territory and to employers introduced. 3.3.4, SMADA shall secure signature of relevant service agreements required to full implementation of the rules engine, as well as to provide active ongoing relationship management with any government department and or municipality and or state and or other private sector employer where the rules engine is operational. And then finally, point 4, which deals with the fee. And 3.4 says, SMADA shall be entitled to the fee in respect to any specific payroll introduced and secured by SMADA, which has achieved full implementation, it being recorded that the fee shall incorporate the interests of any and all strategic partners as contemplated in 3.3.2, as well as any replacements of such strategic local partners. Now, what Mr. Say is concerned with. So I beg your pardon, I skipped over an important provision. That's the
I was wondering.
Yes, it's with reference to what it says is with reference to activate the rules engine in terms of the master contract, specifically as it relates to the rules engine being fully implemented. It's understood that the fee in terms of this MOU shall be shared with such parties who assisted in achieving full implementation so far as applicable. So you'll see said at PM sends a message that says the two comments I have. One, Treasury recovery not included, need to agree on percentage the accepting third. 2, it is clear from the agreement 3.5, 3.4 and 3.5 that we share our fee with other parties who assisted in achieving full implementation. And so he goes on to say the agreement now makes provision for new, etc. But what they're concerned with is the provisions that makes them responsible for using their fee to pay such parties who assisted in the securing of the deal. So when you read 3.4 together, that seems to be concerned. So that he sends a draft agreement. He says, not so happy with this, and how fee, basically, how is this fee going to be split? He's proposing it to be 1/3. It mustn't shared with, they shouldn't have to, from their fee, pay other parties who existed. And their would be 280 something thousand million. What isn't apparent who the other party is here, where it's General Fund the third or not. It's pretty obvious that this is a split that's going to be between three parties.
But two, we don't know that
Well,
one, but two other two.
We believe the other two are General Fund and Mr. Sayed. Hence, the discussion between the two of them of the split. How we're going to split it. If it wasn't General Khan, they have a discussion. Why would he be discussing how the split would work?
So that's what you will be proposing to the commission. Find that Mr. Said and General Khan.
On the face of the chat, Commissioner. Now, remember, it's MTN that they're trying to get as part of the deal here, introduced to Siberia. And if you look at page 6320, 6320,
There's just something that troubles me on 6209. It's Mr. Syed asking himself questions and then answering himself, because those questions don't make sense to me. Look at the second one. How are we splitting on our side? And the answer follows, and then it's exactly. So he can be communicating with himself, surely.
yes, it seems that it's a forward message.
They are forwarded.
Yes, and we could try to go through to other form of data that we have to see whether this was forwarded.
But
It seems
it does like it's communication involving a third party.
a third party. We don't know who the third party is, but he proposes 30%, and then he corrects himself as 33.3%, etc. And then comes a contract and sharing concerns about terms of the contract. Then at 6320, Mr. Sayed shares with General Khan an email from MTN that requires that SCADA has been registered as a PN supplier. And you'll see at the bottom of that page, General Khan responds saying, excellent. And then at 6331, at the bottom of the page, well, let me just look before we get to the screenshot. Two texts from General Khan to say about it. I dropped off the box now at his house. Oh, and then it says, fuck him. We don't know what docs. I haven't been able to establish clearly enough what docs were dropped off with the PM. At the bottom of the page, you see a series of screenshots sent from General Khan to Sayed. What this is a copy of the internal SAPS tender decision that recommends MTN as a bulk provider for SMSs. And there's a few screenshots in this series here, but the recommendation itself is on 6343. So it describes, it describes the four bidders, etc., how they, it's a whole background. You don't have 63.
There are pages missing this 61 and after that 6344.
One we could do, Chair. See if I
Yeah, we'll ask Chris.
look at the affidavit file, specifically annexure TN 13. If that's any easier. It's TN 13, it's page 285 and 286. Is the most important intent preferred provide the provision of the bulk system. It's signed, dated 20 August 2021.
Skip the page reference for the transcript. You didn't mention this page, that one, page 679 of 2 of 2, answering affidavit, answering paper.
It's page 85.
Document that is on the screen.
Yes.
We have it on 679 as TN 13.
That's the
Yes, the
but
same.
a different page number.
Oh.
It's TN 13, it's page 5286, and then on the WhatsApp chats itself, it's page 343.
Let's use your numbering. It be that it appears 10 as page 679.
I apologize for that, Commissioners.
It is a document.
I think it has different baseline numbering as well. So your 285 in red is the same as case lines on
Correct.
my copy.
Same.
They have different case lines.
Might be the problem. On the WhatsApp chats, it's page 6343. And it's for ease of reading it, I read to the middle, but we can go with 6343 because that's the same on our version. So the point here is that 2 days after the sign, it's forwarded by Gen 1 to Mr. Said. And at the end of the series of screenshots, he says, please send it and pilot. And Mr. Said then says, can I form a group for this? Drew, and he said, yes.
And this is an internal such that clearly on its face.
Yes. Shared with certainly were to be shared with the successful bidder, wouldn't have been shared with corporate entity. For what reason?
And one quick observation, the document had not done the rounds of all the people who are supposed to sign and recommend.
Yet signed it.
So it was still at proposal stage, it would appear, at recommendation stage. And various people still needed to sign and say whether they support the recommendation or not.
Indeed so, Commissioner Kumar. It's not a PDF that's sent in one file. It's General Khan taking pictures page by page of the document on his phone and sending the screenshots. And then again, he says, send to Josie and Pilot. And Mr. says, can I form a group for us? And he says, yes. And Mr. says, okay, Brew. And that is where the communication on this particular contract comes to an end. So, what we see emerging from these messages is that General Khan participated in this private commercial effort concerning Siberia's master agreement, national treaty, that Fani, or we know the reference to Pilot, appears repeatedly again in this tender as an intermediary whose involvement is necessary for the successful conclusion of this exercise. See that General Khan facilitated or arranged meetings between Pilot and other members, including Mr. Said, and it seems this person who's the partner in Sved, that General Khan seems to have transmitted in the documents here, that he has transmitted information from General Fani and himself about internal SAPS communication. He reports CSD information that we saw earlier. And in fact, Commissioner Kumalo, that CSD information that's on branded gold seems to be linked. It's an entirely separate enterprise. It's linked to this this enterprise on the Siberia contract. It's not clear which. But see that General Khan asked that information and it's provided to him, which is helping connect these parties to the procurement channels. We see the management in which percentages and splits are discussed, the internal recommendation that is shared with Mr. Sayed. Those are pictures of this set of chats. What happened after that, we were not aware.
At the time of these chats, General Fani is now at the SPS.
No.
In 2021.
No, he's not yet at the SPS because he only joined the SPS 1st of August 2020.
He's still treasury at this point.
He's still treasury at this point.
Contract we are dealing with, it's subsidiary to the master agreement from 2001. Do we link that to the one that we are referring to, the one in 2001?
So, the 2001 one was the master agreement.
Master one, yeah.
And then there seem to have been several discussions between National Treasury and Siberia, but this is a massive project. And the rules engine was a complicated mopping out a logistics program for payroll deductions, etc., which extended over many, many years. So after it's just shared General Khan because it says this is the party that we will do with Siberia, because they have an entryway into national treasury for this massive system. Yeah. We can play some part in that, in its ongoing implementation of the rules engine, and the part we can play by facilitating and putting MTN in contact with Siberia for service provision of SMEs.
And General Khan gets involved because the counterparty in the agreement is National Treasury.
That's right, because this is an agreement signed between the Office of Accountant and Siberia. And the main overseer of this whole process is National Treasury. So that's the second set of conversations that I wanted to cover that deal with tenders. Before I leave Mr. Sayed, I was not content with just these efforts of securing contracts for the state. So there are one or two other areas in the chats where he asks for information. One such request I have the wrong bookmark. I'll have to come back to the one request that I was looking for. The second one is in relation to helicopters. So, Chair and Commissioners, if you look at page 6606, you'll see that on 18 April 2022, Mr. Sayed forwards to General Khan a series of pictures of helicopters. But before you look at all of them, you'll see at 606. So the second last message, the text, it says, he forwards a message from someone. It says, "Hi Mo, Ramadan Mubarak. Trust you have had a blessed time. Did you know SA police are selling the helicopters? I'm sure you know the right guys to talk to. Could get them at the right price, we could sell them." And then he forwards pictures of the helicopters. And on page 613, after the pictures of the helicopters, message from General Khan is, I will ask General Ritt. So I don't know that General Ritt is the DivCom. He's in the procurement. This was before Barney was in the SAPS, and General we did it a little bit earlier. We just get the page reference. In fact, we looked at faulty TN 13, on page 26, at least on mine and Commissioner Beloy's version, you'll see that in 2021, Lieutenant General Ritt was the Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain Management. This is a position that General and then, again, still not enough, approach on 14th June, and if the commissioners were to look at page 5982, on 14 June 2021, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a message with saying the following: 1, nationwide network revitalization and optimization project. 2, deployment of cybersecurity solutions in 9 offices, the one responding to now, and that the next message which says we'll chat tonight. We can partner with you on these 2 with collaboration with my current stakeholders. Budget is over 700 million on both. Thanks. Next message from Josie. So these are a set of messages that I forwarded from on General Khan. And the reason the Commission is not going anywhere else to chat on is because we don't really know what became of it. So what I'm trying to show here is that there are a couple of very detailed conversations with regard to some contracts, but it doesn't end there. There's a series of attempts and forward messages saying there's this opportunity here, that opportunity there. That's what it looks like to me, and that's what I'm presenting to the commissioners, these little helicopters, and then there's the cyber security.
The point perhaps that they seem to indicate General Khan's willingness to assist you position the SAPs. For example, one way he said, I'll speak to J. Reed, somebody. So he's access to people within SAPs that he's able to approach on behalf of a private entity or individual.
That's the point. Okay. Point. Commissioner.
And perhaps it's stronger than just assisting is in as well. Is in for generally not even about other attempts in relation to other things.
That's correct, Chair. That's certainly how it appears. Specifically on those detailed in time, and it's not a question of just making an introduction and leave it at that. I don't think engaging continuous meetings. It's continuous back and forth with every time message from Mr. Please can you ask, follow up with pilot, follow up with Gen 1, please can you meeting, General facilitates and says he's going to do so. And the response to say, yes, I meeting for 2 p.m. or that kind of thing. So it's simple, I'll make an introduction and then it's up to you do the rest.
I mean, on the issue of helicopters, he says, get them at a good price, we will sell them.
That, well, no, he is. But it used to be,
We is not you or they.
it's we. So, there's one more. If I can just go here again, it's just one zone. It's page 5990. 5990. And at the bottom of that page, Mr. Sayed's general account details of an IPID tender, bid number 02-2021/22, with the closing date of 2nd July 2021. So this is sent on 15 June 2021. The details of an IPID tender, the closing date of 2 July 2021 for 66 guards. And just close off on that security tender on page 5994. On 17 June 2021, Mr. says, just heads up, Symantec is the current incumbent with the SAS security tender. They are our biggest competitor right now. Thanks. Commissioner, I think I'm done with these. There's more. That's not all. If we go to page 5945, 5945. From the bottom of that page, there's a series of pictures and images of warehouse premises. Can you play it, please? So, Commissioner, you'll see the series of pictures of warehouses, and then follow with a message which says we can rent treasury, and then the video attachment.
You don't want us to see the pictures themselves, because what we see here is scrambled.
I'm not sure why it's becoming scrambled on my end all of a sudden. You have this one on 980.
Let's warehouses. And the important thing is that at 5947, there's then the text, we can rent to treasury, which I assume we can lease to treasury.
Yes.
Or
And there's
rent
video
out,
attachments as well.
to treasury.
Okay. And then the next one. Just see. So it's the same video that's in these chats. then General Khan saying, looking good. 5948. Mr. Said says there's 2 warehouses, duplicate copy. General Khan says total square meters. He responds with total warehouse square meter 1,600 plus office space and boardrooms. And then he says, meet you at 2, and then on my way back home now, and the conversation goes on from there. And then finally, page 5987. On 15 June 2021, Mr. Said says, through when you are with the pilot, please ask him what's the RT to fill in for the warehouse rental. I want to put part on this. General Khan responds, please don't discuss with me. I'm in the meeting now with the pilot. And then Mr. Said says, okay, Drew, he can't finish. And General Khan says, he may fuck up Bobby. I don't know whether this Bobby is the same as the other Bobby that was referred to earlier. I have a comment on it. That is the conclusion of the changes on the warehouses. So,
Are you able to tell from the available material who Ali is?
not yet, Chair.
All right.
Commissioner, I took to detail on this because it shows a pattern of conduct and a relationship between Mr. Sayed and Khan that involves financial beneficiation. It's not the only aspects of the chats with the Mr. Mo Sayed. As when I started, I wanted to start the tenders first before going into other aspects of teams of authority, etc. So I will return to the Mo Sayed chats again in due course. But I don't want to move off the tender theme, and that I need to go to another chat because there's another tender. But before I do that, there was a set when I was addressing the Commission on carny links and the allegation for illicit cigarette trading. There was one reference that I omitted to bring to the Commission's attention. And if I could go there now. I just need a moment to share these find. Commissioners, it's page 6109. So this was actually 7 on 7 July 2021, where Mr. Sayed forwards an article, report, media, in actual fact, that was prepared by Mr. Yusuf Abramji for an organization of non-profit called Tax Justice South Africa. And the content of the heading of this media statement is authorities to blame for tsunami of illegal flooding in South Africa. And it reports, and I'm going to read all just the relevant part. A shocking report shows the tsunami of illegal tobacco is as a result of authorities' failure to act on damning evidence of the world's biggest black market. And then it quotes, there's a quote from Mr. Yusuf Ramji, and he refers to on page 6108, he says illegal cigarettes being sold for just 6 rand per pack, a fraction of the minimum collectible tax of 21 rand 60. And then he says brands belonging to Gold Leaf Tobacco Corporation are winning illegal price war with the number of its South Africans purchased below the MCT. And he names links as guilty of the same conduct. So Mr. Sayed forwards this to General Khan, and the message you know, my mother watches this commission, Chair.
No, just
Tired of this language. Fucked up, brew. And General Khan responds.
Miss Hassim, we once got into problems out there when Mr. Charles vocalized the lyrics of certain songs.
Yes. So let's not repeat that.
Yeah.
General Khan responds, him up, bro. He must stay in his lane. Now, you know, Chair, this was a and there's another message after staying in his lane on 10 November 2021. Can you get there? The page number. Page 658. And you'll see at bottom 645 running over to 6459.
We have a similar problem again.
Check, you look on the screen.
Yes.
So what you see on the screen is a post by Mr. Aji that shows that 62% of Carney Link's brands retailed by the MCT, what he's posting about. If you go below the chat, it's another post by the same organization, Tax Justice South Africa, and Mr. says P is asking for it, bro. General Khan's response is, we can sort it out easily. Now, the reason I'm actually drawing this to the Commission's attention is not just because it's linked to Connie Links and the matter we've been discussing and the allegations of illegal and criminal conduct by Connie Links, but because it's not the only incident in which there is this attitude and hostility towards other individuals, including journalists. So what we see here is seen elsewhere in the conversations of Khan. And that, well, again, I probably need to look at it on the screen because it may not be included in the bundle. It's page 3431. And it's a conversation with a person whose name I don't need to mention. He seems to be another police officer from KwaZulu. And he shares with Khan an article from the Daily Maverick. The headline of the article is SPS PPP scandal clash of amid claims of massive corruption. And so what the article is alleging is that cops who were tasked with investigating the then head of crime intelligence, Peter Jacobs, for tender fraud. The article is alleging that those top cops are themselves really guilty of tender fraud. So that's what the article is about. We don't need to open it and read it. It's unless the commissioners wish to. That's a summary of the article I've provided. So that's sent to the Khan General. Says, following in response, journalist is a good friend of Jacobs and Vieri. And the response from counterpart is, good morning, General, it's clear, as all the articles written by a journalist. Next message, counter needs to be activated on this, no.
Who is the journalist that's being discussed? Is it still from G?
No, it's a different journalist. Journalist with the Daily Maverick.
And this communication, good morning, General, needs to be activated. The earlier one, which says the J's with cops, you say who's communicating there?
Who's communicating with General Khan?
No, say who's communicating with General Khan? That was named to mention.
Only because it would be unnecessary to mention the name. It's not really relevant to the reason that I'm bringing it to the Commission's attention. It's a person who is, I believe, a member of the SAP.
Just to so if a message which says someone is a friend with Jacobs, who's writing there?
Yes, that's Khan.
That's General Khan. Okay, and then the next one.
It's also General Khan. He says, and Vieri.
Yes, okay.
So he sends it over two messages. This journalist is a friend of Jacobs.
Yes.
And Vieri.
Yes.
And then the response from the is, good morning, General, it's clear. As all the articles are written by a single journalist. Now, the article that I read was just one article. Obviously, there are more articles on that theme, and the colleague with whom General Khan is speaking must have looked into it. So said there, it's clear all the articles are written by a single journalist. Needs to be activated updated on this journal.
Thank you.
What we to do with all pages that you've referred us to that are not in our files? Should attorneys not make a note of all of them and then make copies of us to be inserted in our file?
I think that would be the best way to do it, because we have is one massive bundle, as you're aware, and then what we've tried to fit it out for you. And when you are going through it in the weeks to come, you're going to want to some of these pages. So we'll make a note, and the attorneys will supplement your bundle. So I've referred to the page numbers now, so it should be easy to pull out. These, just for repetition's sake, is 332 and 343. The Commissioners, it's not it's an abuse of authority. These kind of communications taking place here. That's on its own, and we will get to that probably on Monday.
I know it lies with General Khan to explain the meeting, but do you have any idea what meant by the counter having been debated against the journalist?
I mean, it could mean intelligence, it could mean attack, it could mean... No, I can't say for sure, but it is something that needs to be done.
Okay. In those circumstances, must we not know who that commander is? This may potentially be quite serious, even if it's not something at this stage the Commission not thinking of following up on.
So, Chair, the only reason it's redacted is for the public. It's redacted on your version. But because you don't have a version, all you can see is what's in flight, I think.
So in other words, when the missing pages are added to our files,
you will not be redacted.
Will be there, and will be able to see.
Yeah.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around why the public should not even know that.
So, Chair, my approach to this was one of extreme caution.
We still have Monday, perhaps.
More thought, and
Yeah.
if I feel it's something that should just be said publicly,
All
then do. I didn't want to be, as I said, too reckless with the way in which we deal with these conversations.
Let's leave it.
We'll leave it for now. Certainly, the commissioners will know person
Yes.
who will implement the bundle, and I'll think about it over the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue.
Thank you. Okay.
In fact, what you think about it over the weekend, I must say, especially advised, my inclination is for the name to be advised, especially if what this means is taking improper action against the journalists concerned. I should have know about that. But I still leave it to you. Over the weekend.
I take your advice. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so Chair, the next 10 offender is located in a different flat, and it is a collection of flats between General Khan and Mr. Ismail Valley, who is a businessman and who owns a motor super vehicles store known as 357. And it is, I don't know the full details of the business, but it's a kind of place you would go if you wanted to add bells and whistles to your vehicle.
To pimp your ride.
I knew you wanted to go there. So, yes, that's what it is. Now, Chair, I must say at this point that some evidence that we want to leave in camera in relation to the individual, and why we think that this is of particular significance that General Khan is communicating with this individual. But for the reasons I said this morning, it will require to traverse some material that would be inappropriate to lead in public because it's SPS information. But we made the in-camera application already today, and we'll probably move that application on Monday, Chair. So I don't want to get into it now. We will deal with it next week.
Has it been made public?
I believe so. The attorney is not here, but I speak to the attorney in one of our adjournments, and so I'm not sure that it was, because we need to give an amount of lead time to the media.
Thank you.
So Chair, we'll return to that, but for now, if we go to that set of chats, and specifically page 5129, yes.
May we put our file to how long?
File 2,
That's
bundle.
the one we've been looking at for the
Chair,
most.
what does it begin?
It's 482.
You can put that file away.
Thank you. Said page
5129.
512.
Chair, there's just one thing I need to check. It requires just 2 minutes from my side. Because I'm jumping topics, I have time to think about it. Could I ask for 5 minutes to just find the relevant document?
We'll hear from you.
Thank you, Chair. But I don't, where's Maria? Sorry? No, but it has been sent to
Please, the devices are quiet. Thank you.
Thank you for the indulgence.
You're welcome, Mr. Singh.
Just before I start this topic, I want to, for the record, submit certain documents and evidence. We don't need to find it up. It will be provided to you separately in your files, but for the record, I just want to say what they are. The first is CC 63. That is the medical report that we received from General Khan's legal representatives. The second is CJC 364, that's reducted J8 form. The third is CJC 365, that's the company details for Brand World Close Corporation. And the fourth is CJC 366, and company details for Brand World Company, in terms of the private company. Those are the four that, I wish to submit into evidence just for the record.
Ms. Hassan, the medical, of course, will be redacted or treated the necessary confidentiality, however to do it.
There's only one copy of the medical report
And the J88.
The J88, which is in my possession, Commissioner. Once we conclude today, I will insert them to the main exhibit folder. So that's only the board commission. So there isn't any copy. We've not made copies of this. Copy for Mr. Valley. I think we've got a copy.
I supplied the copies to you.
There's a copy being provided in the agenda. Is it just, so nobody else has copies. Right, so let's get back to it. The next tender, Commissioners, let me just give a brief overview of this. This is a tender, as I said, this is a conversation between General Khan and Ismail Valley. The tender concerns an automotive parts tender, number RT45, and extensive communications between the two that I'll be going through. And it's best to see it these different phases and emerge as we go through. The first phase is that's really access and manipulation to manipulate specifications. So before the tender is even advertised, there's engagement. Then it goes to a second phase where information is shared when the tender goes live. And then there's a third phase where there are discussions about financial interest. And then there's a final phase in the communications, which is after the award after the contract is awarded, particular issues of pricing and that kind of thing. So you just have that in your mind. This progresses along these phases. The communication begins in April 2020 at page 5129. And it's on 14 April 2021 at 7:48 in the evening. General Khan sends a message saying, we have a meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact.
Say 7:48 in 07.
I'm sorry, it's 9:07 and 48 seconds. Thank you, Commissioner Joy. Meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact. And then the next day, finish this. He then responds, Mr. Valley. Yes, bro, I come. And then Khan says, talk now. And Mr. Valley says, must I call you? General Khan says, yes. On page 45130, Mr. Valley sends General Khan message 15 April 2020, 9:02 a.m. Still on for 12 or so. General Khan says, yes. And then on 15 April 2021, now this should be a bundle, I hope, because the commissioners, this chat straddles two phones, the iPhone 8 and iPhone 11. You might have noticed in the bundle that some pages are in a different format. The way the WhatsApp chat depicted are in a different format. So, because I'm going chronologically through this, the next conversation takes place on 15 April 2021 on the other phone, and that's at page 1712. It should be in the same folder. Do you have that, Chair? 1712. So, sort of over half down that page, chat number 6. It's a PDF document shared by General Khan, Mr. Valley. And
This is iPhone 11, this format.
the 8, iPhone 8.
But the communication is between the same people.
It's between the same. But it's the same number on Mr. Valley's side, but it's a different on General Khan's side. So at chat number 6, you'll see his PDF. That's in your page 101. In the chat, you see it's marked 5 2021 special editions of contract, version 3.
This is General Khan.
That's General Khan.
Now,
And the important part of that is version 3. And the actual answer is page 101. So what's different from page 101 is what the attachment says it is, conditions of contract. It's for the client delivering automotive parts and tools to the state for a period of 36 months. The closing date of the tender is 2021 at 11 o'clock. It's a transversal contract and it is issued by National Treasury. What's significant about this, Commissioners, is that this is an internal document that is still in draft form. I pointed out that in the chat it says V3 version 3. And if we look at the document itself, you'll see several places where there are drafting so terms are highlighted or in a different color. And just take you there to show you what those look like. The first is on page 109. And you'll see that the date for the bid information session, when that will be held, is in a draft form. It's a different color and it's highlighted in highlight. On page 110, page 5.2.1, paragraph A. Similarly, there's a highlight for the BE status level contribution 1 to 8. On page 121, at clause 19.1.3, draft from the clause reads, the SAPS through a specific SAPS garage will submit a written or electronic order to the contractor, etc. On page 135, clause 33.2.5, the base index date is still in draft form. It doesn't have a specific day, it just says April 2021. On page 36, clause 33.3.1, the number of highlights you'll see throughout that clause. Similarly, on page 137, paragraph E,
The subsequent portion of that is rather heavily that.
that's correct, Chair. And that's the last page on which there are drafts, but there are 6 pages which are significant clauses in which it's still in draft and under consideration. This is the document that is shared by General Khan with Mr. Valley. So it's a draft document. Now, on the next page, if we still stay in this iPhone 8, page 713, we'll see, General Khan shares this document. There's an MOU that follows it. I can't really make out. It seems like two hands in prayer. And then a message from General Khan to Mr. Valley, in which he says, this O is off his game. And from that, I surmise this PDF document was shared with Mr. Khan by somebody else in Treasury, and I believe is Molefe Fani, and we'll see his name come up in the context of this tender. So he says, so it's on top of his game. Mr. Valley thanks him for sending the document. Mr. Khan responds, can we please make it 2:30? And Mr. Valley responds, sure. So that is April 2021. If we revert to the iPhone 11 on page 5134, the top of the page Mr. Says any news from Oak we get when it will be advertised, and General Khan responds by end of the month, and Mr. Valley says okay, we'll keep out, and he should tell us, ne? General Khan's will. And again, I think his context is Mr. Farn's point. And, thank you. And then says at 7:49 p.m., inshallah, we get a decent stance. So his communication here with General Khan is not about a third party. He's saying we get a decent slice. So as we saw in the other chat of we benefit in one way or another, again, there's a reference now to a whole different person. We get a decent slice.
When it's not General Khan speak, the possibility, the other possibility at least could be that Mr. Ali is referring to himself and his company, or to himself and his associates, ex-con General Khan. Because General Khan is king and he says we, clearly that includes him.
Yes.
But when a third party says we, it does not necessarily follow that it includes General Khan.
Yes, that's right, Commissioner Kamala. We just look at the chats in each isolation chat. So context, and as we go through this, we'll see that there's more communications between the two, which suggests that there is some benefit.
As what follows, I don't know how to pronounce it, the AMENN. That shed any light? What does it mean in the context of what's being said?
So it's so when he's
so it means
willing,
the amen with one E, because
Same
here
thing.
it's double E. Oh, all right. Thank you.
same meaning, and it directly responds to the God willing,
Yeah.
which is the translation of inshallah. God willing. So, missions at 1 April 2021, communication continues on the 23rd of April 2021, but to go back again, 7:04, it's on the phone, where at 11:14:26 in the morning, General Khan sends a message that says, and this says, "Dear Jen, RT45 will be advertised soon, just to give you a heads up." So, if your earlier conversation was in news when it'll be advertised, he should let us know, and General Khan says, yes, it will. And now this is the message that comes to General Khan, which General Khan forwards on to VAC, and the message says that the bid, the tender will be advertised, just a heads up. And Mr. VAC responds, alhamdulillah. Then on the 3rd of May 2021, on page 1721, at chat number 7, Mr. Valley, chat number 7 of the page, says, can our guy change something on spec to remove that multiple fires for one province, 11.1.3, under special conditions? Better if one supplier per region. 11.1.3 that is being referred to here is 11.1.3 of the special conditions of conduct that we were looking at a moment ago, which says award to per province. So here, what Mr. Ali is saying is, would be better for him if it's just one supply. And can general influence who provided the draft contract to change the specifications. General contract responds to that, saying, I think late to change the specifications now on page 172, pardon me, of the page. It says, I think late to change the specification now. And it's okay. P brew, okay, no problem, brew. On page 1724, Mr. Valley asks on number 6, and this is on 6 May 2021, news from our eye. And General Khan responds, not yet. And over page 1725, I will remind him tomorrow. So that's 6 May 2020. On the 10th of May 2021, and go back to the 11, it's page 5144. Sorry, it's 5142. And Mr. Valley says, please chase up a little today about advertising. So follow up again with regarding the date. You'll see, Commissioner.
What is it about this page that tells you that we are still talking about the same 10?
It's time period, it's the line. So the previous conversation was on 5 May, any news from our side, and the one is not yet reminded tomorrow, and comes this in the timeline, just a couple of days, a few days later, saying, please chase our date advertising. When you look at all in the timeline, what they advertised is the bid. Is the bid. He has the draft. He's preparing himself to make a submission and to apply. But they have to make sure that they can on time bid, and that's where. Because although I'm going through these specific chats and I'm going to come to different X, I'll just point out to you that on the page, the vehicle, the fancy vehicle that General Khan posts pictures of and says to Mr. Valley, it's looking sharp. He says, thank you, bro, it's looking sharp. JK, bro, it's looking sharp. Boss, etc. And we're going to see this again elsewhere in the chats. It's where General Khan sends his vehicles to Mr. Valley for it to be permitted. So this message was the chase I had today with 7:30 a.m. And then on the same day, if we go to page 1729, so on the same day, but now at 20 p.m., Mr. Mr. Valley follows up. Did you manage to chat to the guy? And General Khan responds, yes, he will let me know he was in meetings today. And if we just scroll down to page 1730, the very next day, that's 11 May 2021, at 5:09 p.m., Mr. Valley says, Salam's updated tenders. I think what he's referring to here is he's looking at the tender have come out, and he says that updated tenders, still nothing on RT45. So he's had a look, but still nothing on the RT45 contract. The response from General Khan is, I will try to call our man now. That's reply from Mr. Valley. Thank you. The reply is JZKL, which means, translates into thank you. General Khan then says it will be out any day, approved for publication, check treasury.gov.za. Mr. Valley says, I will keep cable looking. And General Khan responds, when up. On page 731, Mr. Valley says, we need this. Market is slow. So that's in May 21. Now, what's important here is General Khan says it will be approved. This is on 11 May. It was approved for publication yesterday. Check the website. What I would like to do is cross-reference this with the chat between General Khan and Mr. Fani. And for that, commissioners, you need to go to page 2192. And you see there, the conversation now is between General Khan and Fani Molefe, and Mr. Molefe's phone number. And in the middle of the page, he says to General Khan, it will be our day of publication yesterday, treasury.gov.za. I'll tell you when up. And General Khan responds, thanks, sir. And then he goes on, we'll catch up soon, see you at 2:30, same meeting. Now, those series of messages, the same messages we saw just a moment ago. So he had forwarded this from Molefe Fani to Mr. Valley to say that it'll be out yesterday, it'll be out soon. Now, Chair and Commissioners, is the most direct link. See already Ms. Fani Molefe come up in a separate, with a separate person, with Mr. Baird's other tenders. And we saw the exchange of the contact cards and emails. Now what is a direct communication between General Khan and Mr. Molefe. The next page reference is 5164. And at the bottom of 5164, Commissioners, and again, I don't know how it looks on your side, but it's split. There's a screenshot that's split the page.
No.
Okay, so just for the attorney's note, page 5164 and page 5165 need to be reproduced for the Commissioner's bundles.
I think it's more the side, the print.
Yes, so if you have the electronic version in front of you and I can zoom into it, can you do that? What you
No.
see,
Now is read it. I think it's readable now.
The one in the middle says line for and state for a period of 36 months.
the youngest eyes amongst the
Type
commissioners.
of leader proposal, and then it continues.
That, come on, a screenshot of tenders, several tenders being issued, but what's included in here is the automotive tender.
So this is the treasury portal of the tenders.
Yes. And Mr. Valley sends it to Jahan to alert him to it. As he says in his next message, he says, it's on, bro. And General Khan responds, excellent. That's 21 May 2021. On 25 May 2021, and for this we need to go to page 1741 because it's now on the other phone. 1741. Before I didn't go there because we needed to see the other messages text first. Mr. Valley says is, can we meet you at 4? Can we meet you at lunch, bro? And then he suggests where to meet the fish in Ilova. And he says it's hidden liquor. General says okay. And then the next message, chat number 8, is where Mr. Valley says, why meet? And he says, want to ask how to price. And General Khan follows it with an emoji, this face of the sunglasses. Some might interpret that as cool. And then the next chat, 117, page 142, chat number 2. Mr. Valley says, because last time we did the honest thing and we got left. And chat number 3, bro, you must know I appreciate you for me, and I'll honor your name and this deal till I die. So that's 25 May 2021. And the question about wanting to know how to price, not how to price, I believe it's how to price for the tender. Then the next day, 26 May 2021, that's 5187.
Sorry, I thought on 1743, chat 5, where they say Salam Sarat confirmed for 1430 to the same place. Is that not the meeting they were referring to? The previous page.
Yes, it is. Yes, I'm going to come back, I think. I'm coming back to you. It's on the 28th of May, so I'm just trying to get it for now. So
We don't have 5187. It's 87.
5187.
Yeah. We don't have
Can we flag it, please? We make it to 5187 in the Commissioner's bundle.
Please continue, please.
Is it up on your screen?
Yes, it is.
So you'll see on that page, about halfway on, General Khan's bro, can we meet our guy on Friday at 2? And Mr. Valley responds, Salam, G, blood, G meaning yes, Gujarat. And Mr. General responds, and Mr. Valley responds, G, bro, and General Khan responds, okay. So that's on the 26th of May. I'm going to make a small diversion here. That's where we go to Commissioner Khumalo, where you were a moment ago on 28 May. He said confirmed for 14:30 today, same place. And he says thanks. So this is Friday. So the other one says, can we meet our guy Friday at 2 o'clock? That was on the 26th of May, which is Wednesday in 2021. On Friday, this is confirmation that the meeting is now taking place on the Friday. And the result I wanted to make, and just very quickly, is on page 591, and that's on 1st of May 2021. And it's on page, so it's 519. Not about this tender. It's on the 31st of May 2021, half of the page, Mr. Valley says, I can't find RT84. Also looking for any late warehousing. I will keep on checking. My bro, okay, thanks. So while on one hand, they're busy with the RT45, there's a lot of things going on, a lot of, again, how can we strike a deal here, how can we strike a deal there? The same pattern as we saw in the Mr. Sayed. So it's a small version to show you there's another conversation about housing.
David, you showed us the chat between General Khan and Mr. Fani, but that is now when the tender is being advertised in late May. But the earlier chats between Mr. Fani and General Khan about influencing the general conditions documented before the tender is issued. Then they saying, talk to my guy. Do we have a set of chats between General and that guy where they are with the conditions of the tender?
Commissioner, we don't have a set of chats with that exchange. But what we see here is there are gaps all over the place. And it's obvious that communications are happening on one platform. They are either happening on another platform, Signal or Telegram, or happening on a phone call, or they're happening in person when there are meetings that take place. So we're only seeing part of the picture.
I think what we're getting at is reference our in their parts of the conversations. Want to tap with the later conversations in May, because there's always a possibility that there are two guys and one, and me to link the our guy in the earlier chats, later chats. That connection is important, but if it's not there, then
There isn't an obvious connection, but again, as we go through this, what we'll be submitting to mission is that guy in me. So just to complete the warehousing diversion, on page 5193, so that chat was looking for the warehousing. Page 5193 says, and this is on the 1st of June 2021, nothing on warehousing. Please, when you can, to message your man, and also around SAPS pricing. So they still haven't resolved the issue of price. General Khan says, oh, salam on it. And then Mr. Valley responds, thank you, my bro. And General says, Sam's called me now. He will send me the stuff tomorrow, inshallah. So, again, this is a conversation that takes place with somebody telephone. It's likely funny, but we don't. But this is on a contract. This is the diversion into the warehousing.
5114?
Yes, and then on 5114, we see that General Khan says on 4th of June 2021 meeting and 2. And then at 51, yes, that's it. There's an exchange in 5195. They're talking about two things at the same time. You can see they're talking about two things at the same time. So General Khan says we're meeting at 2 o'clock, and there's information about the conversation they're having. And then Mr. Valley says, gee, that's perfect. That's 1st of June 2021. If we look at page 1749, General Khan sends a message to Mr. Valley, and the message reads, let's meet on Friday. I'll come outside. I'll bring all the documents with me. And Mr. Valley responds, thank you, bro. That's okay with me. If we scroll down on page 1750, bottom of 1749, Mr. Valley says, what time we meeting? 1750 says, he will let me know tomorrow morning. So the meeting that's being set up here is not just a meeting between General Khan and Mr. Valley. It's a meeting between General Khan, Mr. Valley, and the third person who is assisting, who has agreed to meet tomorrow morning. Then we move to 17 June 2021. So we don't have any further information about that. The meeting may or may not have taken place. It seems to have taken place. Interregnum of a couple of weeks, about 2 weeks. And then on 17 June 2021, page 5204, Alice, on the third chat, we we'll be ready with the file by next week, 4th, pricing, inshallah. And General Khan responds, Salam, inshallah. And Mr. Valley says, Ameen. And repeats what he said earlier. If we look at the page 5205, we need this bro. It's bloody time. And General Khan is with him everywhere it's tight. And the conversation goes on, and Mr. Valley says, we need a source of income. That's on 5205. And then again, I need to make a small diversion. 5202. Because the tender is clearly not enough. There's a screenshot that is shared by Mr. Valley to General. It will need to be zoomed. And you'll see that it is screenshot tenders. And one of the tenders is a PPE tender.
You say this is a screenshot, again, you say from the
portal. And it's the second from the bottom for disinfection, sanitization, and dealing all offices, warehouses, etc. So he shares the screenshot with General Khan, and he says, "Bro, this is we can, and we can do sensitization, but I think sanitization." Corresponds, "Slums, bro, I will speak to me." And that responds, "Thank you. Already being small again, sensitization, but he means sanitization, small sanitization at SAPS." So this is the diversion main contract, which really is the big money contract, is auto parts, but we see warehouse, we see PPE. Minutes. Amends.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Monday.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn.
You said let's go, they didn't know that's going to protest.